Alright, welcome back YouTube and Happy New Year! Welcome to 2023, and we are back with Great Ace Attorney, Episode 5, should be the final case. Let's hop right in as always. The Hound of the Baskervilles, the adventure of the unspeakable story.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
Alright. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country. And in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Otherwise known as Sherlock Holmes. Attic, right? Or Herlock Sholmes, rather. It looks cozy, though. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today? Here we go again. Oh, might as well converse. The telegram. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Van Zykes, the Reaper? Yes. I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. Reaper. What is it they say? That no one who stands at the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Joseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the Curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the City of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, it's a little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the Sword of Justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely, not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zykes hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, so since Soseki-san's trial. He's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really. Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in this recent spate of trials, then. Ugh, just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry? What was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Yeah, probably Lord Van Zykes was supposed to go against, fucking Kazuma, and then he died. So, here we are. Okay, nothing in the court record. No peoples. Actually, since I'm here, let's examine, now that we've decorated a bit, right? Why not? I've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. You can tidy up once in a while. This is Hada-san. I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can devote to the same cause. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. She wins. But I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. That's funny. Ah, the Daruma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I said I'd color the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but... Well, you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Because I feel as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer. I tell you what, why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? If you insist. It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. But I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright for now. The green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time in Iris's unique herbal infusions. This place is paradise for a true tea lover. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? Sure, I guess. Can't look at them. Oh, I can't look at the shovel. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Is this the fucking ladder conversation? But now it's with shovels and spades? Oh, no. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. Yeah, that's entirely the ladder conversation. Oh my god, is Resolve gonna have that same conversation line? Please tell me it does. So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face, so. Already examined that. Oh, what's this? Ah, this must be the telegram. Let's see. Ah! No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Put the telegram away if you don't want people to be looking at it. Oh, that was like a little calligraphy, like, stationary thing. We were rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind here. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well, and the anemones too. It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? to see behind glass inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great, though, is it? Do you know? I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san. Never even peeped inside. I should think so, too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Whatever you say, young maiden. Yeah, knowing this game, I'd probably look and then she'd do a Susato takedown and throw out the window and die immediately. Sholmes Suite. Routine April, Sholmes Suite. Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Iris. What is it, Runo? Is that Sholmes playing that music right now? Because it sounds awful. But yeah, what is that terrible noise? Sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Sick movie. Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Hello. Okay. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Oh. Good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Alright, didn't expect a mood right away. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me. It's not too much trouble. Oh, there is a cat. Hello, cat. Oh, look! It's Wagahai. Good morning, boy. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. Ugh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Is there? I don't know what it is. Like, everything? I thought it was, like, cluttered last time. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Is that enormous machine usually on it? Oh, okay. We can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. Hi. Oh, it is. That's what I thought. I thought it was Mr. Natsume's cat. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owners completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews are empty as the hearts of the muses. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. Though pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Yeah, you got your best friend killed. And make it seem like he just tripped and died. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy's adorable. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What? What is that? I call it the Cat Flapomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what's it made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it be quicker to just to make the cat flap, rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us at the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Hehehe. Alright, Sholmes. Wanting to die. Cool. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its mellowsonant... Mellowsonant? I guess how you pronounce it. Tones would make flowers bloom. Would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? 4 hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure we'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mrs. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Fucking Christ. Oh, dear. Ah, why is this happening to me? They take the turn I have for the violin from me. What is left, for pity's sakes? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Is that what you're known for? Missing machine. Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... Your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Miss Susato. Observational skills do you credit. Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? Oh, I didn't fucking notice. You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windybank's now. Sorry, it's at a Windy Bank? No, Windybank's. The pawnbrokery. Pawn... what? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How could it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? Doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh. What's to understand exactly? How pawnbroking works. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. Then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windybanks, you see? A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Oh, what was that? Wagahi? Was that a chicken I heard, or was that the door squeaking? What was that? Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin. Oh, never mind. I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? Why should I be surprised? If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Yeah, it's great. He's usually obnoxious. Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. More conversing? Alright. So this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I have it upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No. There is none. That's fair. Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? Hmm? What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Oh, Susie's right. Yes. The tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? It's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? Oh, he died. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of string and flotsam? Also, hope I'm saying Stradivarius right, and not just mispronouncing it. Not your faithful performing partner then. Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Yeah, I can't block it. It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Oh, I have to actually examine because she's not technically there. Block this mix-up. What do you mean by mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windybanks until last week. At the pawnbroker's. That was Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There's a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it appeared Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw! A fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secured vault. Voice crack. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dally will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Summer. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fresh your egg even more obtusely. Alright, say no more. Let's go then. Don't worry, Runo. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokers look like. Whoops, didn't want to examine. Please. Okay, no more text. Alright, to the pawnbroker. Oh, interesting. We could go to Baker Street. Or to the pawnbrokery. Oh, interesting. So the office and the pawnbrokery is on Baker Street. Yeah, I should go to Baker Street. Why not? Oh, thought there would be something. Okay, so that's the house. This is just everything else, huh? Alright, I guess we just move to the pawnbroker then. of April, pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susanoo-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. Well, let's examine. There's a bunch of nonsense here, so... What are you doing, my dear fellows? We are not here to browse for interesting curios. We have come to teach this broker a lesson. Alright. Oh, but there are just so many fascinating items. Looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windibank first before you can explore in here, Miss Susato. Alright, fine. Violin. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. Oh, bye? Oh my god! Hello? Oh my god! Okay. Oh, hey. I shall have to take my own life. Hey, give us the violin first, and then do that, like, off-screen. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin, when I heard, ah, here it is. You did. And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, 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 no! Stop, my dear fellow! The fault is mine! Phew! It would appear that the fight is over. Yeah, man almost fucking offed himself. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windibank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? Haha, I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought to my door in the past. Oh? Peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes, or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean? Ah, forgive me! Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. Then you can die later. It's fine then. Unpublished story. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, so Sato-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windibank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It houses something of a very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings, securely. Of course, sir. Of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you. On my life. This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. Suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, Byzantine, exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, I must say. Or may I say. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. If, in that time, they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months have passed, then? That's right, ma'am. That's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Windibank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us, oh, it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? He's gonna die now, because he said that. He's the victim of this case, calling it. I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windibank has installed here in this shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windibank? What was that deep sigh about? Red-Handed Recorder. What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Ah yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive, it produces a crystal clear image, even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But, did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess that your devices have been giving me some cause of distress as of late. Christ, I can't say words, or read, apparently. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windibank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You must graciously place not one, but 2 cameras in my shop, after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windibank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry. I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you, then, Mr. Windibank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mrs. Naruhodo. Now we can explore, at last. Yeah, I also just noticed that guy has, like, no trigger discipline. He has the finger on the trigger, ready to pull. Like, at a moment's notice. Look at this. What could this lovely, big, shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh my, yes. But I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. Never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Yeah, I can say that again. Bookshelf here. Or the shelves. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items, offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it, I'm noticing a little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit. Can't look at the hats above. Let's look at the desk. Oh, interesting. Look at that enormous ledger on the open on the counter there. Mr. Windibank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windibank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Is that like the gun from like the first case and someone came to London to pawn it off because that one chick was from London or Britain? Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereos... Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see, at once. Oh, alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed? Like I'm trying to look at my own nose. But what the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. But why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. That just means he doesn't know. I investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything of note. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. Yep, that's going to be relevant in the case. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windibank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. The door itself. 3 globes of gold. Is that some sort of charm? Dear me, have you not seen that sign before? No, never. The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of a pawnbrokery. There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see. Ah, I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound. Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning? That is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant, even. You mean you don't know? Is there anything else? I guess this thing here. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here. Look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article's barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it? I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Oh. Hey. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilda's trial 2 months ago. Gina Lestrade, right? Yep, her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a dancer, earning her crust among large crowds, leaving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Gordon Bennett, you lot. Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. I thought Iris took that back. Eh? What? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel. Sorry. Go, Avia. What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windibank on your behalf. Hold the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? It's a kind of metal disc? And you, go on. Leave me alone here. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Sada-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Might as well talk, right? Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. Not a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But not this time, alright? I swear. That thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Sorry, I never examined it to begin with. Miss Lestrade's disc. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. It's a music disc, if I had to guess. Ah, this is a music disc, you see? For use inside a music box. Hell yeah, I know something. And a music box. What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. Small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money. I know it is. Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Ah. Gina Lestrade. She's been in before, of course. This little tatterdemalion? Never seen that word in my life. I see. They brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer. Me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Ah, storage ticket, so... Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it, and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank. The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all of this? Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn, if the girl and I can agree a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. But this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I had understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man. It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Oh, hello. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies. Gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. A matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, You should know to wait in line. Well, you're an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? Alright, I hate this guy now. You haven't the courtesy to even remember the faces of your victims, it seems. Okay, never mind. I guess it's fine if that's the case. What? You mean I from you? Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's. Or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yeah, we should probably leave. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Or we could just leave. Not deal with this at all. What I would say. Gentleman's accusation. Mr. Strahd, is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This is the first time I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Go along now, Mr. Strahd. Give the good gentleman his coat back. Or to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? To be fair, why would he need an overcoat? If he got pickpocketed an hour ago, why would he need a coat when he's already wearing, like, a jacket? Like, I think that's excessive. Also, the color wouldn't match. I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I stole something? Eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article Mr. Strahd redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, why'd I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's... Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword? Interesting. Well then, did Gina say it? You gave her the jacket. What? So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. Oh. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Yes, well, Anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. A date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When somebody comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you can return the article? That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on the 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But how? Really, this is beyond the joke now. There's no further room for doubt. Yeah, if that's the case, why did you give her the jacket? Did she know all that information as well? What? What are we doing? Picture postcard gentleman. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first, before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Enchante. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but the name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. This JoJo motherfucker. I went to hating him to liking him now because of that. My overcoat. Return it at once. To someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. Okay. So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Just this one. Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc. Oh, oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. Christ almighty. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Oh. Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of the little sharp bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oh, you take it. What, me? If I hang onto it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it. Miss Estrada, why is this disc so important to her? Use box disc has been added. You there, in the Black Library. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I ever going to resolve this? Well, not to the next game, because that's when Ace Attorney Resolve is. So, can't really do anything. Can I just leave? Oh, I could just straight up leave if I wanted to. Well, I guess we have it, so we might as well examine it, right? Oh. Oh. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mrs. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. Why? Why is his name on this? Alright. And then there's the blood. Look at all the little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins. They pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict. I'm gonna keep saying Egbert. Christ. When Mr. Strahd tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his finger, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Ouch. Just thinking about that hurts. It puts me off eating radish. So, hey, Mr. Windibank, I'll talk to you, I guess. Mr. Windibank is clearly at a loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches for that revolver of his. Yeah, before he fucking kills himself. In game? Oh, we'll talk to Sholmes. He's here. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? I thought a young pickpocket sent me on my way. I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So, feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. And whilst, as you surely observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mrs. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know? Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you solved the entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? Seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration, but who knows if it will help resolve the situation between Mr. Strahd and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Well, listen to deduction. What else do we have? And then we have to fix it for him. I didn't think we'd be doing this so soon, though. Well, Mr. Strahd, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Egbert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I had hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. A great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Mystery Man's Aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed the pickpocket here, having the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What? Oh no, wrong. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak, of course, is the missing ferrule? The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. The moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. The tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. Hey, can you go back to like when you were sad early this morning? Topic number 2, great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway. that flows in very close proximity to the Great Vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you... In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you quite lost me. Currently, in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. To steal the Great Exhibition's reserve funds. Yeah, okay. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vaults? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here. Rather loudly, in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? He is a criminal, as you said. Then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Winterbank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. Oh, my life! I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to the great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Christ, only an hour and I'm stumbling over words so many times. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alrighty. Christ almighty. First of all, we're gonna ask yourself. Venture to pawnbrokery. Follow the pickpocket. Redemption ticket. Most certainly a lie. Real truth is something different. Revealed by that which you hold in your hand. The staff or curtain wire. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, and attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did Mr. Benedict bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Ah. Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness. There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher at his face for sure. Look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline 15th of April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrolled on the back of that piece of paper?
Take that!
Info about Miss Lestrade. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windibank's Pawnbrokery here. Ah! You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean, here to Windibank's Pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot, I've had this cane for years. Contradiction of which I speak, of course, is the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule? It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes that nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. I assume it's like here, on the handle. I assume by the lettering, right? Look here, Mr. Sato. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the initials with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh. AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? I would assume this.
Take that!
The initialing. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation. Did you agree, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction, indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. The cane isn't. You said before that you had the cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? Yeah. Alright. When you're recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer to the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? My guess is that it's a sword. Like, oh my god, what was it? Trials and Tribulations, the last case? Yes, your reaction portrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is likely the understanding of this criminal. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. Now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Oh, okay. never mind. So we're looking at the coat then. Oh. Oh, the seam on the shoulder is coming apart. Look. So it is. Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded like a tiny growl. But now I think it was probably the sound of the seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. Sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought. Is the seam the only thing? I guess so, because, like, the game won't let me look anywhere else, really.
Take that!
Split seam. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so baldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Ah. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. To abscond with a redeemed item. Okay. Second part. Great crime to steal the Great Exhibition's reserve funds. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. Let's expose details of elaborate crime you had planning. It's just that a gentleman designed to wheeze some... You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed the wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pottage. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details? Pause? I don't know French, I'm sorry. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. How to consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? I would assume through the notelet, I guess? Well, let's see what's here, right, first? Look at this, Miss Susato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords his customer gave him, right before their eyes. And in an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? I would assume here then.
Take that!
Yep. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an item. He asks the customer for the watchword, and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. but his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. The master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Quite serious. For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? Or to have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far? I mean, we just have the two.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that? On the back. It reads for McGilden. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilden. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilden was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Ugh. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilden. Got him. Acquired an item deposited by Mr. McGilden. Which also means Lestrade was also just trying to steal it as well. Let's not forget that. Unless she was also put to get that for him, because apparently they knew each other from the third case. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilden. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today's 15th is the 15th of April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th February. It's precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening, precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... Okay! I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? We make a save. That's what we do. I'm sure the real answer is to hand it over. We're gonna be a Giga Chat and die and say absolutely not. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Mr. Windibank, this is my shop. I cannot allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Bro, what? You have a gun pointed at him. Alright, that's enough. Oh, hey. Hell yeah. Inspector Gregson. Inspector. That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. Yeah, he has a good point at us. Like, arrest this man. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right. You lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some pretty argy-bargy. Hetty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. The whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter. It's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer, too! Sir! Oh, fuck. There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently, so we've fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector. I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. Oh, yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. Excuse me. Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mr. McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Yeah? And so, we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. Or summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Yeah, first hour and a half have nothing to do with the case or in a courtroom. God, this is gonna be like another 6 hours. Yes, I would like to save my progress, please. With that, take a quick break, and we'll be right back to the gameplay. Alright, and we're back. Let's go. I saved again because I'm stupid and I forgot to hit B. 15th of April, Baker Street. See? That's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take your stuff from you. Oh really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my. Surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it. After I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to Scarper? Always pays off, giving people a look like you ate them. Can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc mine. Music box disc? Box disc is like so annoying to pronounce. like, one after the other. But Mr. Winterbank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long, hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Winterbanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. Police are investigating the scene now, and taking a statement from Mr. Winterbank. But that disc's mine. I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in this coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. Nota. Oh. Why would I come round your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Okay, bye. Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering. Perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later, then. Okay. Now what? Well, we can't go back to the pawnbrokery. We'll go to the suite, I guess. Oh. Interesting. Ah, Susie and Runo. Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. I just never looked all the way to the right. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny. Isn't that exciting? Or Ginny, right? Oh, what a surprise. Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Really? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? How? How did you... Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book. This girl's dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Alright, well, you said it. Let's start with Ginny. So by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the Gilded case 2 months ago, right? Christ, words are hard, man. Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here, and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. But I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. Living with Sholmes. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That, or where are your real parents? My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. See, that's what I figured if we had to fucking ask. God damn it. Mommy passed away when I was born. At around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the old cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. Is her dad? This is a wild guess. Because her name's Watson. Wasn't the first guy who died in the first case that we got implicated in? Was that her dad? That's my theory right now. I don't remember his name, but if it's Watson, I think that was her dad. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really, he recorded them all. So, you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest, but that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. And you found your father's memoirs. So I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me, that's when I found out the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, it must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There's some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. Say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh yeah, Wilson, not Watson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. Yup. That's what prompted me to study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Arceus' father, who went to some distant land. Yeah, I didn't recognize the name before because I forgot from the first case. And a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Yup. Oh my god. Holy shit. How did I not see that or before? The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, hey Iris, your dad's dead, and I was technically implicated as the murderer, but not actually. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University, and the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. So did we tell her? Miss Susato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Oh, so we will not tell her, I see. Not yet, at least. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Eek! But Mr. Sholmes. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Ah. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilden's disc. Oh my. Then what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Ooh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Alright, music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's a bar caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Did you make a mold of it in the caramel and then somehow reproduced it just now? Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilden's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh yes, of course. The policeman demands something as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars like this. That's amazing. The disc and the minuscule protrusions have made an image on in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press, and it's a unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. I would assume it's like instructions and not music. If I had to guess. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes, what music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce. It can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it's the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Nice, couldn't read that sentence. Every single one. That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far. But, my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, wouldn't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. With the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence at that trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Jenny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with a pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windebake said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expected you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibake's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. A pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. You have any idea how long it took me to write that Bakersville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Bakersvilles. I should love to read it. How did you know that? Ah! What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie? What did you just say? You said The Hound of the Bakersville. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's the telegram, I would assume. That's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of the Bakersvilles, has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see? So that's why the manuscript is at Windibakes. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. Okay, bye. No, wait, Miss Lestrade. You've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh, yes. Just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand at the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then. Cat. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. '15th of April, 9:34 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. That was a very, very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. I feel as though I could still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? Is it because I'm getting no jobs and we're poor? Look, I'm trying. It's about the telegram I received. Oh. Ah. The one that arrived first thing in this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once? Oh no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I should find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Don't like that. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Oh, thank God. Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris. Hello again. And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's going to stay the night with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I can earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Oh, wait. Oh, I should have checked earlier. Well, I couldn't have. I wouldn't have known. Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, however did you? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I forgot. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I would have fancied me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Is Ginny still in here? Sure is. Gina looks very pensive over there. You're alright, Gina. Eh? I was just thinking, that's all. I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer that lives at a place like this. Yes, you did mention that already. Get off, did I? Well, nothing else really springs to mind, that's why. What's wrong with this room exactly? I like it. Okay, just wanted to see if she had any extra dialogue. Manuscript. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but it's a story you made up, is it, Iris? The Mantle script, or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I studied them, and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone for a very long time. Yeah, like forever. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. See, I knew I would get more dialogue. I'm sure asking about the manuscript is going to progress the story. Your parents. I realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born. Not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, that is my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like the Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. Always thought it'd make everything right. But haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see you, Daddy. So much. Oh, Iris. Yeah, fucking yikes. Anyway, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. Yeah, the only other also theory I have is that Susanoo saw it while Wilson was alive at the university, and that's how she knows. And then it's like, well, how do you know the title? Well, yeah, your dead dad showed me. That's right, I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow, from the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. Why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say, not now. So please, do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Well, I guess we talk to Gina again and ask why we think she's lying, right? Yep. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he bought the mantle script or whatever, right? Well, come on. That's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my. Why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really in old Windibank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liar, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you could trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is the liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris' room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Hour? Oh. You'll indulge me. Look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Is she dead on the floor? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibake's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibake's? Oh no. It's simple. If that story was really in the old Windibake's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you can know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? Seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mrs. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once! Miss Susato! 16th of April, 1:14 a.m. Baker Street. The door to Windibake's. It's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it is nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly, something is afoot inside. The question is, who's dead, Windibake or Gina? Take your guesses now. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Oh! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Uh-oh. What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go! Right. Uh-oh. Mr. Sholmes is the one that's dead. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, hello. What have we here? The alarm was just raided from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot! Oh, shit. Policeman close behind me. I ran back to Windibake's.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo!
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! It's Gina!
Well, shit. Yeah, no shit to be continued. Interesting last case, though, currently. I wonder how this is going to be prolonged by a bunch. Alright, let's go right into it. Ah! I'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go! Behind that door, the storeroom. Hurry! It's Gina? From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. '16th of April, 6:21 a.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes. We asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Events at Windibank. Sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside the shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of two thugs. They ran out onto the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh? Why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see? Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Oh. Sure, I guess. Go this order. Gina's arrest. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No. I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards. Don't tell me, there was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well, what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. Show him the situation. So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss his meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windibank's, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Hurley? Was shot? I mean, you kind of said this in the other option, but I kind of went to that one first before this, so you knew, but now you forgot, and now you know again. No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at Saint Sinners? That's not a good name. They're tending to him there. I must see him. At once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Injured Sholmes. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windibake's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you see which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Runa. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. That's Susano's situation. Where's Susie, Runa? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there, then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Mr. Sato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Runa. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder, but I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget, we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. That is fair. Yeah, let's go to the hospital. That's fair. At the very least, help alleviate her worries and concerns. 16th of April, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Hurley! Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Uh-oh. Hello, hello. What have we here? This ward is off limits. No visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh. Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. Great mystery solvers as a mysterious family, eh? That's how you see us. Sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh. Oh! I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Ah. Anyway, I think it'd be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Might as well examine while we're here. wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries, to help them walk. You'll hold one under each arm, you see? Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons at a hospital? I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and had been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Hey, I guess it's fair, right? We're from Japan. We don't know any better. This must be Mr. Sholm's bed. Poor Hurley. I know. It looks stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think that will bother him. No? I have to find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. What's this? There's a notice board on the wall here, look. Let's see, what does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron. Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients. Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. I certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholm's sake. Nothing else, I think, right? Nothing else worth of note. Let's go to the prison. 60th April, local prison, cell 13. Hello, Gina. 1, why? 2, how do they let you keep that? 3, don't. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. Wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Ginny. I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry. You are. Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But, Ginny. I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? Legal representation. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? You wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll put it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it always been for me, growing up in the back slums. My whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. That had happened to me before and all, and sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Sure, but also, there's like capital punishment, like, if you're found guilty, you'll literally die, so... Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night, at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. Figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me, and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Having it ain't easy, you know? It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason was something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I can say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. Can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? I'm assuming you're referring to the McGilden case. Unforgivable lies? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Photographic print? A really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point me having it. Wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. White cat photograph. I'm already guessing this, like, oh, well, of course the suit had to be turned into the pawnbrokers in February, because it's snowing and there's a snowman in the thing. If I had to guess. Well, we're done here. So now we go to pawnbrokery. Scene of the crime. 16th of April, Windibanks Pawnbrokery. This is where it happened then, last night. That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables. But, apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that! Oh, it's Gregson. Oh, Inspector. Oh, good morning. Suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away, mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assign extra men to the beat around here, Grigsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Oh, wow. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. The jet in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about personality change. Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some. Look. Ah, lovely. So very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. Well, let's examine. Might as well examine the... Oh. Investigate everything thoroughly. What do you mean nothing out of place? There's literally glass, like, right there. What do you mean? Please. Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Oi, what are you thinking doing, Sunshine? Can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching. What's the problem, Gregsy? Runa's the lawyer. You know that. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo was to have been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter. The accused? If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Did you hear that, Runo? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Fair enough. The time being, the investigation. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina? You're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the? And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Alright, Mr. Sholmes. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinner's. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all. Oh. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. It didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Miss Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop the bleeding. But he'll be alright, won't he? He'll be able to make him better? Of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? Huh? How do I know? Well, because, of course. Ah, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear. Please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. I think it's fair that he's acting like that, because she's like literally 10. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper. We don't go in for favoritism. But he's right. You do treat us differently. It's because of those Adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the Yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. Maybe you set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. Yeah, if someone fucking doubled my pay just by saying, yeah, he's the greatest, hell yeah. Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you. In Sholmes, it could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. Can't tell you how many nights of sleep I lost worried about it. But that would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here. I went too fast. Here, have some tea is pretty much what it is. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. They really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. It's either the Reaper or it's a Miss Susato. I had to guess. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side. Your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believed. Nope, not anymore. She's had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. Forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming message and service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Alright, well, bye for now. Location. Go see Gant Incarnate. 60th April, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Yes, no matter how many times I come in here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness on it. You think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe he thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust. Yes, thank you very much. There they are. Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was that all about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your cub. What's this all about? Why are we talking about Mr. Sato's return to our homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Is Strongheart, like, over here? No. Interesting. Returning to our homeland. Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it... That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no. Professor Mikotoba. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Sato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. Gina's trial. So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court. Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago. And the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later. Gina. Ah, the Lestrade girl in the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker. Yes. An all too conspicuous case? Never seen that word. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Did Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is? It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But, that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and the defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder, so Sato-san about to leave. Come, Mrs. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mr. Sato. It's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this is completely throwing me off. I'll have to do what I can as a lawyer. Back to the prison. So far, this case, unless it's like 10 hours long, makes me feel like the sequel was made in, like, this case was made in mind that they were going to make a sequel. Because it's like, I don't see how this is going to wrap up everything so far. Ah. Hello again, Gina. Why? Man, they really like this animation, huh? What are you lot doing here? What are you lot here for now? Down the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look, you can come here as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell. Tomorrow, I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You told us that everyone lies. So prove it, by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo the truth now. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. Ah. The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? The trial 2 months ago. Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me, they shoved me in the witness stand. Based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGilded discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There were much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had a cove's blood all over him. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands. In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then, Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I seen and what I'd heard. And about what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about it, any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarper before the coppers show up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Oh, Jesus Christ. What you saw. You said Miss McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch-black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the coat hitting the floor, I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. Gilda heard that and dragged me out by my arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what the deed took off me at Windibanks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long, but Gilda spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. The bog trot had told me. I weren't to mutter a word of it. I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. Okay, but what you heard. Because it was so dark under that seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably, that was McGilda getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. I fucking called it. I called it that they walked on at the same time. Because she was lying, I couldn't have known, but I fucking called it. In that case, it would likely seem that it was Mr. McGilden and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilden claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. Excuse me. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other. So McGilden was lying, as I suspected. After the event, I knew it weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilden told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The 2 coves from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right. And after they'd gone, McGilden asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella. What I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibanks. The coachie snapped up the money and ran off to pop his coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilden opened the box into the seat and let me get out of there. But not without conditions. I see. McGilden's conditions. What were McGilden's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul. Not for anything. About what I saw or what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. Fiend's taking me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. You understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it for you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it till then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might have happened to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windibank so it is, and you're to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend can come along and buy it. Eh? But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. You go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. Coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court and testify as a witness. Well, let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What it is that you might say, and what it is you won't. After I'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it. I coerced Gina into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live on the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have... In an heartbeat, he would have had a lot of us chased out there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trials. Huh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork, or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers for here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing. Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely. Gina's representation papers. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes. Or perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. Now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Another to be... This is like the third one. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is gonna be like another, like, 6 hours, I can tell. But, since it's the third one, ample enough time. Another quick break, and we'll be right back to the action. So, just give me a moment. Alright, and we're back. Let's jump right in. 16th of April, 1:26 p.m., Windibanks Pawn Brokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? Go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship. Ow! I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. It's good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Glug, glug, glug. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever. Even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case this yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come then. Let us not waste any time. Alright, well, first things first, I want to investigate this glass thing. Ah, it's the lamp. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Windibank's notes, and... What's this? Looks as though someone left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look, on the back, there's some writing. Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie. Show us. Oh. 15th of February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited, 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly, it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. It's still wearing, which belonged to McGilden. Would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Windibank had just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course. I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out! Alright. Let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. Well, if the one on the counter was used as a redemption ticket, perhaps the other photograph that Gina gave us has something written in the back, too. I've got it. These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret. Secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Yeah, I didn't investigate it earlier, which I should have. Oh. Look at the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th of February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th of April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket. For an article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus, it would seem. Yes, a small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Perhaps it contains some valuable mementos. Can't help wondering. Presumably, Mr. McGilden never redeemed the article in question, since he still had the ticket. So isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes! If something Miss McGilden deposited, we need to investigate. Oh... Is that the thing with the spring that we messed around with earlier? Probably. Here are photographs. So, Iris, about these 2 photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these 2 identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry. If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? How another look at them now? Is it like the direction the cat's facing? It's like slightly different. Can't you see that they're just slightly different from each other? Yeah, like the one on the left is facing to the left. The one on the right faces more towards the camera. I think so. It's very subtle, though. Well, what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used at a stereoscope. Oh, that makes more sense. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh, yes. That's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see? There it is. Just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes the pictures look almost real enough to touch. Heh. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon. Bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Oh boy. Alrighty. How stereoscopic prints work. Have you ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them, and it works. Hell yeah. I don't fucking know, I'm stupid. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Well, yeah. Yes, the position of objects seem to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate the depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth with everything we see. Ah, my brain is really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So, the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see depth in these prints. Yes, Runa, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? Okay, how to view stereoscopic prints. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh, yes! I'm dying to have a go. Sato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Well, I know I can. Watch me, and see if you can copy. Yes, I can do that. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There, how's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Runa. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try it looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runa. I'm just going to have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until... they form a new single image in the center. Oh, yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? Oh, okay. I guess I can't do it. Oh, okay, never mind. There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? Surely amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then set the pair of photographs in this stand back end. It's still amazing, even though I roughly know how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But these little machines are so affordable. Surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures if you you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. Never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Yeah, cool. That was all fun and games. Anyways, the crime scene. I wanted to investigate the lamp, please. That ledger that's open on the counter there is really is enormous, isn't it? Must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. So much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly, Mr. Windebake was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Oh, so we're just not going to talk about the glass. Cool. Rad. I highly doubt this has anything, but I might as well check. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think, when Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday. We were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Yeah, cool. Anyways. To the next room. Behind that door. It's the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Grexy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Windebake, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. You must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. Oh, so we actually have to move. Alright, storeroom. 16th April, Windebake storeroom. Poor Iris, she's clammed up entirely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windebake's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Okay, bye. Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector will run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you're running away from me. You're running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is a little too much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Huh? Ahem. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that's supposed to help, Rex. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. Inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Well, let's examine first, unless the game's gonna force me to talk to him again. I'm gonna start with the box. That's the first thing that caught my eye. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! Is that what the manuscript is kept? What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story. The Hound of the Big Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. You must check inside the box at once. Yes. Ah! It was there! Iris' story was there! Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. Iris' manuscript has been entered in the court record. Well, I mean, we got the court record, so... Okay, there's nothing on here, huh? Oh, can't really do that, alright. Hound of the Baskervilles. What does Usato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? Suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Alright, anyways, now the blood. Police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Bruno? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing? Riley and I actually haven't come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. So, whose blood are we looking at then? This must be Mr. Windibake's blood. Yes. This is where he was shot, so there can't be any question of that. This could turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we simply must make a note of it. Blood analysis. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have some reagent left, sure. Is there a way to do that, or is that just gonna be like scripted? Look at the gun. This is a revolver, a real one, and quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibake's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runa look like you're about to faint. It looks like the revolver used in the first case, if I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I mentioned that before, but that was my thought when I saw it. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh, and I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibake with this yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, man. Man, it's crazy. I'm about to take my own life. Must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibake told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, did he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Well, look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look! Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. Something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling about. Not much I can do about that, Sunshine. Gramophone. There. Recheck the box. Something on the desk. Interesting. Alright, already investigated everything, huh? Guess we talk. Scene of the crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw. You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It's what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the store was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer's doing? Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in. As humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, a hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand. No. Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Sholmes operation. Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? The thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. Whole body? Anesthetized. Fuck that word. Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we could just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for it to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Hurley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. A surprise. In the matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Do I have anything in the court record? 2%? Not really. I don't think there's anything else, right, to look at? At least I think I looked at everything. And I can't move the camera around. Oh, I'm looking at the blood again, okay. Wait, it doesn't have a check mark. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Oh, okay. Cool. Can't examine the desk. Nothing there. All that's been examined. The gun, the blood, the chest. I think in terms of examining things, that's about it. Can I move further in the storeroom? No. There's nothing else to talk about. Just... Oh, whoops. But yeah, let me present the blood samples, I guess, right? Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? Okay, never mind. We don't tend to share Sunshine now with the general public. In that case, Gregsy, have us a bourbon tea. Oh boy, I have to watch this every time I get it wrong. Well, I already showed it the paper, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm just gonna try everything just in case, because I feel like the story would be progressing right about now, assuming there was anything different. Or maybe we just have to move. It usually tells you, like, when you need to move. Oh. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called Hound in the Baskervilles. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. Damn. You're looking to be arrested, Sunshine? Maybe not like that. Even if I did, you wouldn't have been her ladyship's head off, would you? Oh, is there anything else worth of notes? Not really. Guess we're moving. Yeah, we already have everything there. I don't think there's much to examine. Besides this, Oh. I now see what I need to examine. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Excuse me. Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. for that, he used the Great Brick contraption over there. Ah, well, that's for public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. Wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Yeah, I didn't see the calendar. Yeah, that's very obvious now. Ah, look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Is that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that about... Oh my god. Forget that for now, Bruno. Let's examine this bullet. Christ, my god, we're hard. What's that around the bullet? What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! This is where I come in. Oh, right. If the blood changes to the same color as the sample for the storeroom, we'll know that it's Mr. Windibank's blood. Exactly. Here we go, then. I'm assuming it's Sholmes, because he got shot in here, so it shouldn't be blue in theory. Yep. It's completely different to the color that Mr. Windibank's blood turned in the analysis. It just goes to show, things don't always go according to plan, do they? Nevertheless, we must add this sample to the results of the other blood analysis. Alright. Oh, gotta examine it again. Green blood. Just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know? Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. That's that. I still can't investigate the lamp shards, which I hate that I can't do. Maybe I have to talk to the policeman? Police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions for the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifted through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. Crime scene, a crime and a pawnbroker's. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every cropper's worst nightmare, you know? A crime and a pawnbroker's. Oh, okay, fucking instant teleported back to there. These shelves are where the pawnbrokers put articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany? Isn't it? I guess that's like different from miscellaneous, right? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know? Are you alright, Runo? Oh, it's just, well, looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. Yeah, they're very clever. Oh, okay, thought there would be something there, because this guy's, like, looking, but... that's everything here. I'm gonna move back into the storeroom. And then if nothing changes, I'm gonna go back to the hospital then. Or rather, if there's nothing new, I should say. Because I feel like that's probably the next step at this point. Let me check the court record real quick. Nope, that's not it. Green, unknown, blue. Yeah, I guess we go to the hospital at this point. Can't think of anything else. Oh, really? Huh, nothing still. Weird. I'm missing, like, one thing. And that's the annoying part. Let me go to Baker Street, actually. Let me check the outside. There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Winnigs. I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Iris, she's very upset about all this. I'm sorry. I was there. I should have done more. None of this is your fault, Uno, so please don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for this. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. Nothing here, then. Going to the suite, I don't think is going to do anything. Or the consultancy. I don't think going to Ginny right now is going to help. Well, let's see. Oh, hey, there we go. 16th of April, local prison cell 13. Gina doesn't appear to be here. Oh. At least she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is that, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my. Well, why would she do something like that? It would only make our situation worse. Calm down, Bruno. I was only joking, of course. Oh. Ugh, you had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of your words, your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted, great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. Just trying to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Bruno. Come along, Susie. Hello? Oh, I can only move, I can't even examine. Alright, that solves that. Now is Sholmes there? No. Alright. Then we go back to the storeroom. Alright, I'm at a loss on what I need to do here. Nothing else is new or popping up in the storeroom, which I feel like is the main room we should be in to, like, you know, figure stuff out. Yeah, I already did all this. I figured there'd be something different. And you have nothing new to add. You're like the only person I can present anything to. I guess we'll go with the ticket, right? Ah, there we go. Cool, I just forgot the one thing to present. Inspector, what do you make of this? Ah, what have we here then? Redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket from McGilden's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no. It's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, Bruno's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it is. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about, then? If I might be so bold as to ask. This is a second ticket. A second one. Seems that Mr. McGilden, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Finally, progress. Second redemption ticket. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilden's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yes. There's more than just a music box disc, it seems. Should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilden deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I can see it written here. Small box, was it? You have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue. Well, yes. I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go bargain. There's no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. You must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds, even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger. Ugh. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Alright. To the main shop. Well, the only box thing I can think of is this. Unless it's something... Oh, is it that thing? Interesting. There's like a check mark. Oh, it's on the officer, that's why. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many. I wonder if the small box that this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilded deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There's so many boxes, it could be any one of them. Mr. Sholmes said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, or secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGilded's contained something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, you probably have kept it locked. So then, you need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Hi-ya! Why? Why are you doing this? That sort of misconduct will get you arrested. I won't let that happen. Go to Japan already. Why are you still here? Ah, this takes me back. It's been some time since Usato-san last threw me. That's a music box. The other where you come from, Runo. Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Trying to think of what box it would be, if it's even visible in any shape or form. Okay, weird autosave there. Huh. Oh, interesting. I haven't talked to this guard specifically. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since we came here. Shh, keep it down. Oh, sorry. It's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over me shift. Ah. You really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. Fairly sure it was the calendar that he was peering at. Yeah, I did that already. Anyways. Nothing to talk about. guess I can present this, right? Right if I showed you. Oh, okay, no. Yeah. Boring stuff. So no way to look for the box. I would assume it has to be something I have yet to inspect, because I wouldn't have the check mark. But I've inspected almost everything here. Or pretty much everything as far as I know, right? Unless I need to re-inspect something, which is a possibility, but I doubt it's this. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, inspected that. Inspected the shelf. I'm like trying to see everything. The counter there, yeah. Knowing that we can't investigate the counter. Oh boy, I think this is the first time I've been like stumped in terms like of an investigation in the game. I think every other time I've gone through them pretty quickly, I would like to think. There's nothing else in the court record that we really have. Yeah, that's just a picture of the cat, 13th February, small box. I feel like something tells me we're not supposed to be here. It's supposed to just move. What if Gregson has anything new to say about it? He does not. Well, actually, let me go through this conversation again. Yeah. Small box. Yeah, already passed. Shelves in the front, wasting time. Dozens. Yeah, it just says to have a look, so... Yeah, I don't think there's anything new we're gonna get out of this. And I already presented her the ticket itself. One last look, and then I'm just gonna go to probably the hospital, which is like go to every other location at this point, to be perfectly honest, just to see. But yeah, no, nothing appears to show up. So we're gonna go to Baker Street just in case. Okay, no, nothing. All right, let's go to the hospital. Nothing. All right, prison. So maybe she's still gone, if I had to guess. Let's go to the suite. Doubt there's anything here. Yeah, I figured as much. There's the violin. Yeah, nothing here that catches my eye beyond the violin. Even then, that's not really relevant. But it was at Windibanks. Now, this is really Mr. Sholm's faithful performing partner then. The Stradivar, the Strappy Scar, the Scrapifarius. No, so good it's gone. The virtuoso's violin that he found at the pawnbrokers and managed to buy for next to nothing. I hope Hurley gets well soon. I miss hearing his violin playing already. Oh, Iris. I'm sure he will. Fair enough. I'm sure going to our consultancy isn't going to do anything either. That's the telegram I'm assuming talking about going back to Japan. Oh, this looks like a telegram. It is, but you mustn't open it. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see. No, what did I just say? You mustn't open it. Don't worry, I won't. the special concoction I developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it. No, that's not allowed either. Oh, but I'm sure it's something important. Those geniuses sure can be mischievous. Alright, just wanted to try that. Ah, boy. Alright. Clearly we have to be in the main shop. And I've already tried investigating everything. I'm just gonna present everything to Iris at this point. See what she has to say. Alright, no, nothing about that. Manuscript, I guess, right? Oh, my manuscript. Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Winda Banks and he had. But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. I would hardly say I can't publish it. I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Oh, maybe it's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough, good lines. Yes, maybe. Wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but can't. Blood samples. The way you can identify differences in people's blood is like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris. I know. I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. And you could also shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Poor Ginny. This is all my fault, really. But she'll be alright, won't she? In court tomorrow, I mean. I'll defend her with everything I got. So, she'll be alright, won't she? Am I that bad at instilling confidence? I'm gonna have to reinvestigate everything, aren't I? Just so I can get this off my mind. Got all the things forfeited. Got the price tags. Oh yeah, she's gonna throw me. Yeah. I am very much at a loss. Doubt it's here. Strange contraption, makes you think. Yep. Check the door, I guess. Behind that door is the storeroom. Greg C. said. Careful scene. Yeah. Once again, unfortunately, still stumped. Investigating there doesn't do anything. I feel like Gregson's supposed to tell me something, but I don't know what exactly. Yeah, because he doesn't have any new dialogue. And nothing new has appeared here for investigating. Am I supposed to find something in the court record? Well, there's nothing with these two things. Nothing there. On the Baskervilles. Yeah. We examined this already. Ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, has been trusted by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Article positive, one gentleman's overcoat. The other redemption ticket was the pocket of that coat. Small box. Doesn't have anything to do with all this. That's the blood itself. So not a hold up. I don't know if you noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. Red smearing me. Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? What if Susato-san had picked up on that? Well, in that case, yes. Oh, fuck me. Was this what I've been waiting for? God damn it. Show this to her before we forget. God. Why would that not be already on there? It's so noticeable. Fuck me. Fine. And it has to be shown to Iris, we have to go to the main shop. At least I'm making progress now. Thank God, but holy... Oh, that looks like blood. Yeah, it sure fucking does. I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Runa. You can leave the rest to me. What, is it Mason's blood? Because that's what the thing was from? Sure is. Cool. Look at that. Yes, there's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? You simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I think I do. Yes, I have an idea of whose blood this is. Not from the color return, but with a little deduction. That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well. You first, Runa. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe that this is the blood of Thrice-Fired Mason. Thrice-Fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim? Of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday, suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood for the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul would have rushed to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. Well, we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. So now, hold on. You sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runa. Very well. Let's make a note of this. Alright. Blood analysis has been updated. Oh, thank God, progress. Oh. Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How come Mr. Windibanks set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? The trial's tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runa? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Thank God, progress. And I'm just fucking bubbling about. To the prison. 16th of April, 5:41 p.m., local prison, cell 13. Ah, Gina. Good. You're back. Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh. Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right. I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. What we've uncovered. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo, and all of us, know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence. That clearly reveals the reason. Thrust it in Gina's face. Or I can present it to her calmly, I suppose. Representation in court. We already have the representation papers and the other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip them up and chuck them, would ya? Them representation papers, or whatever they're called. This still ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fond of me own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Yeah, she's fucking annoying, that's what. Fuck, what was I presenting? Oh yeah, the papers, that's right. I honestly forgot what I was supposed to present for a second. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris' latest story. Ah! Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Iris' manuscript. Alright, yeah. This Bakersville story, or Baskerville story, I keep saying Bakersville, it's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured, it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So, you intended to sell Iris' manuscript, did you? Excuse me. No. Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, was really there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris' sake, isn't that right? Ah. We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liar, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see it if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. Reason for breaking in. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. Iris's lot ain't like mine. She got her dad. Only she can't see him. Yeah, about that. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. About her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying... Stories. About Daddy? You mean, they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful, so kind, Ginny. Yes, we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will you? I hate all this chubby nonsense. You hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. I guess the blood stain, right? The blood samples portfolio? Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? But blood, Miss Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be the blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trustworthy friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Purple. Interesting. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat was covered in blood. Of course. The black part of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we hadn't seen them until now. The blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes. Now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes. It was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mrs. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Can someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half the story. Oh, I'm talking to you now. Truth of the omnibus case. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilden's overcoat. But at the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said in his testimony. Excuse me. I ask you, what good-hearted soul would have rushed to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? Or reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Miss McGilden trying to pull the victim to his feet. No. If that's what it really had happened, the blood would have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilden's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that have happened? I don't know. That was a weird sentence. Fuck that up. Bruno, did you believe him, though? No. Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? A lawyer's weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Kazuma, I still miss you. You're so cool. Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe that what our clients tell us, can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Core. Sounds like in this empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped the murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you at the back at the end. Soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, Garrett by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up that garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you could believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Let me just make a save. I'm gonna trust her, but it's also just been a while since I've saved. I trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh? Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off your tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina. I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What? What do you expect me to say to that? Aw. Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You East are... I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Gina's taking herself off the back of her cell. I'm taking herself to the back of her cell. She never admitted it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Mr. Sato. Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh. Hey. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy. Oh dear me, I was terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived. This very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward. Nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio. All the best, bye, and bye. It's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will... well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Grixie, if you have to. Let's chat soon. Delighted. Charmed. Can't wait. If you please. My pleasure. It's a lot of pleasantries. Not one of them sounded sincere. Grixie's so funny. He says such silly things. Certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend to the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. Okay, bye. And so our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, so Sato-san would be leaving. Leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. th of April, 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Sato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? Well, going back to Japan. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. We managed to establish this office. It's finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? Seems to me, there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets. And what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? Of what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Tomorrow's departure. You know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. And then one final task. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. Gilded case. It seems to be that this case of Mr. Windibake's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out before me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case for tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Go to case notes. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need. Oh. Are we serious right now? Why? What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Susato-san. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learn learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. "17th of April, the small hours, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam." Another fucking intermission. Oh boy. God, this is the fourth one, and we're 4 hours in. And we're just now getting to the case. Christ, dude. Let's keep going. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Oh boy, this is going to be another 4 to 5 hours, isn't it? I can already tell. Oh man, let's go. 17th of April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, wearing the fancy dress. Cesardo, or however you say it. I don't know. Ah, Miss Cesardo had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Cesardo and I won't meet again. One day. But even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning to you. Oh, good morning, you two. Oh, hey. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Ah, Waggy. Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runa? Ginny? Bad news first. Yep. Hey. Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. That's a fair perspective, I guess. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? Bad news. The report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train is delayed on its way to port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I could have given monkeys, really. Only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbrokers perishes in pick purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yes. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper, huh? Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Well, before that, let me actually investigate the paper, because I keep forgetting to investigate these kinds of things. Man, this whole book full of notes and it's just 2 pieces of paper? Christ almighty, Susato-san, how did you ever get anything done? Morning's paper. What is this? Sensational story lower down on the front page here. Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? Why would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And it can explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Details of today's paper has been updated. And then, obviously, this. Pawnbroker perishes in Pickpurse plunder. How awful. Virginia, I mean. Virginia. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Perhaps? Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Anyways. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering this all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but apparently still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Alright, but like, fuck all that. Show me him. 17th of April, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Show me. Where is he? There he is! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready. Lord Van Zykes. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who he defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. What? Did he really just say that? It means you now, Runo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zyke's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zykes. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Oh fuck. That's literally the Russian guy. Wasn't he like a high-profile criminal? What is he doing here? Hello? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Yeah, that's literally... Hello? Are we not going to talk about that? Something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. These jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe. Something tells me I'm being duped. Yeah, kind of like as if this game only had a certain amount of character models that you couldn't, like, make all of them. Or, you know, it's rigged because it's been leaked, as the newspaper said. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zykes. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of a cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone Like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and the crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Autopsy report and crime scene. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. Excuse me. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Is that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums of the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt just because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who must jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zykes. At once, my lord. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runa. I think that's because it has. Oh, we're already throwing off the cape? Hell yeah. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pup Windibank on 16th April this year. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is a baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. Or what they call the 3 Skulkin brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Lord blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we got going for? It's our older brother. It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. Then last night, we come across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash. He is. The very spit of him. So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you. Big Bruv Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he runs out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These 3? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Because the Skulkin's never skulking. Get out of it. Also, I don't know, but I'm assuming Nash is Japanese for pear, because that's what he has. Because I know Ringo's Japanese for apple, and he's obviously holding one. But I'm assuming Nash is... Probably isn't, but yeah. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, Gord Blimey Lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom for the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now. Of course, counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Uno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair at the stand. I know that it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Alright. Walking down Baker Street. Right here. On inside. Right here. Didn't do anything, left nice and quiet. I don't know if I can present right away. If I had to present something, I would assume it's the blood samples, right? Because there's obviously the other blood sample here in the calendar. Which we obviously saw happen. That's my guess. So I'm just gonna go right now for it.
Objection!
Nope. Wow. Immediately wrong. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, we'll press on it then.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Enough of we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So you clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive. They fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. Like bleeding. Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There's a rumor he'd be rushed to the hospital. The Great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows sign of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night. Yeah, I presented it earlier, but apparently I did the order wrong. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence showed that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night?
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What? What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Oh, right here.
Take that!
What is that? Explain! It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. The scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zykes? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fired on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Eh? Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You were gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zykes knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem, now, that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Sykes? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Ah. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. So that's it. Good lord, that... Jesus Christ. That's it, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we did it. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Ah, we're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers and questioned somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, counsel? That is the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. That's a lot of them. I hate that the doll is there. I hate that, because I feel like it's just gonna turn. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, then the witnesses currently into the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord, it's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade! Uh-oh, that's not good. As the court can clearly see, the accused's picture, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. I don't believe it. Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put a word in at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know? decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battlefield after retirement, you see? The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading the small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we all go down together, you mark my words. One for all, and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Gardav squadron's position, sir. What? No. Status report for the court, men. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I can reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leading in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
Guilty.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Oh boy. Jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points a finger of guilt at this young pickpocket teen. Tien? As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I left it in there, I think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hands, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Taken from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the belly trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Horley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with a summation examination. Oh god, yeah, sure will. Billiard points the finger, yeah. I'll fill the eyesores. It's not really relevant. What are you on about?
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. Surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains of the field. So, what is it that you think you left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, which went in through the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I wouldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other's manslaughter. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember what exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Yeah, sorry, Sholmes, you got a scalpel in you. God, none of these people have any fucking actual, like, meanings. Anyways, we'll just go left to right this time.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your rating to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Jody yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason that I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial, and less to juror number 2.
Hold it!
Oh boy. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-purses, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those backslums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Grant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders, cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Goddess scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail. It was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. Minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight, anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. So her with are innocent. I would assume here, right? Because they aren't innocent. Because they, I don't know. Because it's like innocent for this crime, not innocent of all charges, right? but I'm pretty sure that's the pinning thing. But we're gonna keep going left to right.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication of the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it can reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. Only it could give me a new perspective on this case. I might agree with you. Right to here. Alright.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? The ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. The cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. Just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Telegraphy, I guess. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Excuse me!
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness. Are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really? A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through your stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, you reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Of a crime scene? Wait, I guess technically, right? I guess we only have the one. I mean, it's the cat, right? But in theory, that doesn't make any sense, because the cat doesn't matter. I'm gonna save and just say yes. Just to make sure, right? Yeah, a pair of photographs from a crime scene. I guess so, right? How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Just gonna fucking do it, right?
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you could do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. I don't have another one, do I? Yikes. Yeah, because those are the cats. Nope. Nope. Fuck. I didn't think this through. Because I feel like the cats are gonna do anything because they're not on the crime scene. Yeah, see, so it's like... We need another one, is the issue. Which we don't have another one. And I can't back out, so I'm kind of fucked. Hey, so I'm an idiot. This is why I made a save.
Take that!
I'm just gonna do that and fuck it up. Wait, sorry. What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno, what? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Yeah, but the game didn't give me the link yet. Oh yes, I remember now. Well, the print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Ahaha! I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Counsel? Yes, please. Yeah. And then
Hold it!
gonna press him. Please tell me you're not violent Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Ah, I believe there is such rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like Wish's criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like Wish's criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Ah, maybe they went inside pawnbroker shop. They have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Ruda? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't change the minds of more than half of the 6 of the jurors, trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and put them against each other. Must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Yeah, okay, so I was right, it is pitting these two, but I just wanted more information.
Objection!
These 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement? Contradictory? C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from the revolver. Christ almighty. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. A-B-D. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, You are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done anything, but truth is, they shot detective. Yeah. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Oh god, not the Yo, what the fuck? The mouse didn't do anything. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime myself. I'm afraid that won't be... Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry. With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily had heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. It does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You are right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. How is it that the Russian revolutionary is the first one to change his mind? Yay. Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I could do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Hey, finally. Another print in the court record, or whatever we can make use of that. Yes. We can.
Hold it!
Alright. Can I really show new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. Alright, cool. Skip all that other dialogue.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying we could do this with any two suitable photographic prints? Yes. I'd like to demonstrate. One more.
Take that!
Alright. These two prints were both taken up with the same camera in Windibank's nut on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. Did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were deaf. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So, what exactly if you... What happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same, then? No. Obviously, that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally, anyways. Oh! Of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Well, yeah, the lamp thing is broken, like I've tried to examine many times before. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first, and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each other overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly? Yes. Ah! What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter, they sort of jump out at you. Oh, that is not what I thought. Okay. It is so funny that the judge crosses his eyes and that man just has the actual thing. Oh man. That got me. Woo! Yes, that's it. You see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. Alright, but like, he's about to explain it for everyone else, because, you know, I get it. Actually get it. Okay, I don't see it, so I'm assuming that's because, you know, you're supposed to just have Naruhodo pointed out. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems that objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Yeah, I couldn't fucking tell. I didn't try crossing my eyes there. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I say. But why the devil did this shift between the 2 prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I have the first idea. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appear to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means... that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookers. Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. So we had to go around the circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the most imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Oh, I was gonna say these 2? That's a good question. Does it really matter which? Save the game, cause I'm kinda dumb. It wouldn't make sense if it was Gina though, right? It would be whoever the true culprit is, I guess, so it has to be one of these 2.
Take that!
So I'm gonna put one of them. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not have time to pull Dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says Dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. I thought I saw that earlier when they all voted guilty. So he has the gloves on. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Okay, we're even. We need one more. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street. Stop. Alright. We got there. I think, right? Yeah. Because, the revolutionary put his. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Yay! Well done. Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. Alright. Stereoscope has been added. Lord Van Sykes. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Are we getting another intermission? Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, please. Alright, with that, just another quick break, and we'll be right back at it again. One moment, please. Alright, and we're back. Let's go. So many intermissions. It's like, what, the 6th one, right? I said? Good lord. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Yeah, these fucking people. I presume you heard the defense's counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Gore, blimey. This is going to be hard work. Earlier this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy Lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers, Cor Blimey, on the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear you. We'll blab. We'll squeak. We'll peach. And yet they won't, because that's how this game works. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lummy didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter came out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight back into the black. We could have shot that pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybag's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor. No. That's right, Dash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled upon hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more, cutthroat? Can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windybag's last night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Knock a few things over, but we were rifling for
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. That's rotten luck, says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidy up the place. Sorry. So we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? But I mean, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big brother here screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over loads of books, a candlestick, and some skull, whatnot. That got tangled up in some marionette. One knocked over a picture frame, one knocked over them scales on the floor. Really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back in her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some.
That right?
Oh, I mean it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam.
Excuse me!
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No? Something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellows into the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave them told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov. Might have. Does ring a bell, now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yelling off. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. Got a thing. Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. In the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank. On me granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. Eh? So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel. Indeed it would. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy clobber had given us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, on me granny's life, it is. On his granny life, it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, the bloke who owned the place was holding the guns, so he should have just fired it instead of yelling at the girl. I'm gonna save, because apparently I do things too early and get things wrong because of it. But I'm pretty sure the picture shows Gita holding the gun, not the shopkeep.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, thank God. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, Nash? Yes, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Ah. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology severely lacking, Counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Ugh. Continue with the cross-examination, Counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Skulkin's never skulking. Holding a gun and should have just fired instead of yelling at the
Hold it!
Right? You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was the sight, eh? Everyone waving guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted, we heard the geezer say, "You don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. Or of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger that the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. But he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me the gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam! Kinda thing. Yes, career in acting, very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck, before everything went quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. Lummy didn't have to give you a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not in your life. It went deathly quiet after that, did? Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Govs. It was. From the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We've had to cut and run before we notice anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov. That's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it, and scarpered off straight into the black.
Hold it!
I'm trying to find out where I'm supposed to present. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. But, mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the darbies on us like winking. And after you had been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it? Eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? What? Well, 'cause it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Correct? You got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. There's nothing more than a feeling, though, and no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in, and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Heard a voice, give me that gun. Apparently me trying to contradict there didn't work. I gotta check the court record. That's what I need to do. Also, let me inspect the guns while I have the chance now before I forget. Let me do this now. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep his gun on hand. Keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But as one bullet was fired that night, the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Get down! It's pointing at you! Okay, it's the same thing. Nothing about it? Alright. Now this one. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes. It happened almost as soon as we walked in through Windibank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Anything else on the gun, though? No. Can we examine this? Oh, we can. Weird. Can't find anything out of place. Oh, let's open the thing. Oh, look at that. It's totally changed shape, just from one little button press. Well, that's what the button's for, Bruno. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys? So that's the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can totally see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? Yeah, sure can. Nothing really out of the ordinary. So that's where the evidence sleeps. Crime scene took place there. Wound in the man's back. Is it the crime scene photograph? Because he got shot through the back is the issue. Never had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Eh, what? Well, because it's true, innit? Yeah, the place is totally empty. Time. Correct. Yeah, that's the thing where I need to present evidence at. Because he got shot through the back, and assuming him and Gina were facing each other, it wouldn't make sense. I'm trying to think. Okay, it doesn't show the thing in this, what's it called, in the photos here, that, there's a window for the door. Pawnbroker, Back of the body on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Presentation papers, nothing relevant. Yeah, so far, nothing relevant that I can think of. Well, not on this statement either, but... Wait, what did that say? Yeah, into the black. I'm pretty sure it's right here where I need to press. Let me save just to make sure. Never had a chance. The issue is there's nothing anywhere here that says there's the window for the door. Which is the most concerning part right now. Oh. Oh, it's visible in this print. Oh, but it's post-shooting. Showing the scene after the murder had taken place. Do we show this because it has that window in there?
Objection!
No. Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's like, no, that doesn't make sense. Had a chance to shoot him. That's the main issue that I have. Time of death between 1 and 1:30. Enter from the back. Heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." So what happens if I present again here with the picture? I'm actually curious about this.
Objection!
If it's gonna go through the same dialogue. The knight in question, wielding a gun.
Objection!
Yeah. It's all the same. I don't know where I'm supposed to press. God, why does the last cave have to be actually difficult? And being annoying? But Owen the place was holding the gun, so he just fired instead of yelling at the girl. I feel like it has to do something with him being shot in the back. And the other thing is trying to prove that they met him in some way, shape, or form, right? Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Oh my god, this is annoying. 'Cause I already tried the thing. I doubt
Objections!
Yeah, it's not the autopsy report. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Yeah, we're probably gonna reload the save, because I'm trying to figure it out.
Hold it!
You heard the voice and then the gunshot almost immediately. So you were being honest, heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. You don't want to get shot. Give me that gun. Oh my god, this is so annoying. It has to be one of these statements about him being shot through the back. I feel like that's the obvious contradiction. But apparently, I'm not...
Objection!
Nope. I'm gonna fail this fucking trial. I really am. Fuck me. I feel like I'm missing something very obvious, and it's very annoying that I am. Hold on, let me just load. We never even had a chance, did we? Oh my god. Okay, back where we found it. I'll get it next. That doesn't work, apparently. Good lord, this is annoying. What of the door to get us next? I'm so lost. Hold up. Let me go through the dialogue again. What does Iris have to say about this is the issue. Very fierce. Yeah, I know. God, I'm so lost. Must be frustrating for anyone watching, but I genuinely don't see it.
Hold it!
It's this statement here that bothers me the most. Why should we believe that? Because it's true, isn't it? None of them have anything to say. Oh my god, this is annoying. Most annoying case so far, which I guess makes sense because it's the final case, but Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna go back through pressing the earlier statements too. Testify to that effect. I'm hoping that someone's gonna say something, but that hasn't happened. Yeah, that man Sykes always keeps mentioning that. It's not this statement, right? It can't be this statement with, like, the fucking thing, right?
Objection!
No, thank God. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't. Because I'm at a loss. I'm about to start doing the fucking brute force method. And just hope to God that I get it right.
Hold it!
Yes. Whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Bit nasty. Yeah, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Could have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never had a chance, did we? I swear I don't know. This doesn't say anything interesting, right? Yeah, no, it's just the... Okay. Unbelonging, single discharge, single round. That's just saying yeah. That has nothing to do with anything. God, it has to be what, like, the autopsy report or the crime scene photograph, right? Main shop at the rear storeroom. Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. Is that it? Where it's like, how is she unconscious, right? That's my question. Short time before the murder took place. I am so lost right now, and I hate that fact.
Objection!
We're brute forcing it. Sorry. We're gonna brute force this because I do not know it has to be this last statement because we make the point. Yeah, just before we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." And apparently this isn't it either, so I don't understand. See, just before the gunshot, it would have to be like the autopsy report, right? Because he dies instantly, it's from the back. It makes no sense.
Objection!
Christ, I hate everything right now. And that's the issue, is like I keep pressing and I'm getting nowhere with it. So just fired it instead of yelling at the girl. But, oh my... And it's a load. This is so annoying and I hate this. I swear, when I find out what the piece of evidence is, I'm gonna be so pissed, because to me, it's not intuitive. It's not intuitive at all. On the place holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Objection!
Nope, still not there. Cool. It has to be, right? I'm losing my mind. Should have come out to the door and get us next. Did anyone mention the door being locked? Because I don't fucking know.
Objection!
Nope. Figured it's like, oh, they had a gun. Why would you be scared? Fuck it, I don't know. This is so annoying.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door? No. Definitely quiet after that, it did. But the wind right at me. No ways that was opening. It was locked from the inside, or so we didn't let to the lead. Yeah, like, I tried doing. Yeah. See, oh my god. Confirm, neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. See, and no one says anything. Oh, this is annoying. I'm so sorry you gotta sit through this. Hopefully you just fast forward through this part, because I'm fucking stuck, dude. Could have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never had a chance, did we? Whoops. One left.
Hold it!
Yeah, okay. All this I already went through. And nobody's ever saying anything for me to pursue. We're rifling for nothing. It can't be this one.
Objection!
No, okay, thank God. I'm just trying so hard, please. God, this sucks, and I hate these characters so much right now because of this. Yeah, you couldn't have shot him, whatever. Yeah, I am 5 years old, because I can't figure out the simple solution, apparently. Oh my god,
Objection!
I don't fucking know. Yeah. Heard a voice yelling, "Give me that gun." All the place was holding a gun, so he should have just
Hold
fired.
it!
Had a gun in his hands. Yeah, sons. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Please let me end this scenario. I just want to get out of this.
Objection!
Still not there. Cool. Oh, man. This is awful. I hate this. God, this reminded me of just Danganronpa, where I've been just literally wasting my time.
Objection!
Nope. Cool. I hate this. I just want to get past this so bad. Part of me just wishes I could have a guide open, but that's not how I do these games. It's not how I operate, unfortunately. Samples of blood, that's not it. That's not related. Yep, pawnbroker, blah blah blah. Single bullet wound, upper half, victim's back, no other visible signs. Posterior anterior, bullet wound to the heart. Answer for the back, gently rising. That's all there is. Sure. Relative positions. Main shelf and the storeroom.
Objection!
Not the floor plan. I feel like it has to be something with him being shot from the back. I really do. And then it's also like they said, it's like, oh, they never met him. It's like, well, there has to be something that indicates that they did. Oh my god. No. Agencies, not this. It's not the floor plan. Taken automatically. That was after the fact. I have no clue. God, I hate this. I just want to be done, man. Yeah, a single bullet from the man's back. I know that. Plugging to the victim.
Hold it!
This is the... Why should we believe that? True. It's totally empty when we went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom. They forced open the door by the accused, a gun to his head. Our words, they questioned these two witnesses, never even laid eyes on the proprietor. Now to let's see. Never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Is that really true, I wonder? How do I prove that they met him at any point? Oh my god, I hate this so much. Signs of a single discharge. Single round. 1 a.m. That was after. I'm so lost. I hate this. I'm gonna present here again, just to make sure and carefully read.
Objection!
Yeah, because apparently it's so dumb. Saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, Nash, no question. And yet the photographic evidence for the time of the incident clearly shows he was not in possession of a firearm. Yeah, I surprised you. Blah, blah. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right. Hold up.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, cool. Because it's like, how do you know he was holding a gun if you said you never met him? That's my issue. But, like, I can't use the testimony against the testimony. Holding a gun should have fired instead of just yelling at the girl.
Objection!
God, I hate this. I'm gonna be stuck here forever. I really am. Part of me just wants a positive recording, but nah. I gotta suffer through this, and you get to watch it or skip it at your leisure. But, I'm just gonna leave this in, because I'm stupid. I have yet to figure it out, and I hate this, man. Never had a chance, did we? Because their testimony just contradicts it. It contradicts themselves.
Objection!
Okay, it's not that, thank God. I swear, I'm gonna be so pissed off when I figure it out. I'm gonna be so pissed. God, should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Making the shooter come out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and gunshot almost simultaneously. Kind of a wavering voice before the yell and all. You don't want to get shot. Give me that gun. At the store where the victim was found dead. Voice you heard it was that of the victim, Mr. Windbank. You both knew Mr. Windbank at the sound of his voice, right? So that would be what? See, that's the issue is...
Excuse me!
Yeah, that's not gonna do anything. God damn it. God damn it, please.
Hold it!
Yeah. I'm getting real tired of these two. You knew Mr. Windbank and his voice. The fanciest clobbers giving this the evil eye. Back where we found it, scapered straight into the black.
Objection!
Yeah, once again, that lamp that's broken or shattered was apparently of no relevance, which is annoying.
Hold it!
Oh, I didn't want to press. I didn't want to fucking press. God damn it. Oh my god. That's the thing, there's only so many relevant pieces of evidence, is the issue. Issue with the pawnbroker. Yeah. Straight on the black. Oh, God. Out of the door and get us next. I'm sure that has no... Ah, God.
Objection!
Oh my god, dude. I'm tired of this already. I just want to give up. I really just want to give up. But I need to fucking solve this case. There's still so many hours left. Alright, we're legitimately just gonna brute force this. I know I mentioned it before, I'm brute forcing this. I have no other options, no other thoughts. So, based on what I think is relevant. So what? I think I've done the autopsies already. It can't be the gun, because that doesn't make sense. Fuck it. I'm just brute forcing this. I'm not gonna think too hard at this point.
Objection!
No, cool. I think it's the last statement. I'm just gonna brute force this last statement. I'm tired. So very tired. I just want this over with. I just want it fucking to move on. Alright, tried that gun, tried the floor plan. It's not the floor plan. Cool. I should be, like, keeping notes of this, too. Like, what I've tried, what I haven't. Just to make sure. Because goddamn do I hate this. Oh, whoops. Went backward one. Alright. I unironically have paper for this as well, because I hate this. I hate this. With the big gun, I tried the floor plan. Their gun doesn't make sense, so I'm just not gonna write that down as well, so that's something I'm not gonna try. Crime scene photograph. No? Cool. Well, I'm at one left, so I can just reload now. Hey, let's load it. Because I think it's this one, but I don't know where it would be. Alright. So what? These four?
Objection!
Not the autopsy report. Cool. I'm telling you, I'm gonna find out what it is, and I'm gonna be so pissed, because it does not make any sense. Yeah. That all doesn't mean anything.
Objection!
Cool. It's not the blood samples. Just want to make sure, because you never know. This reminds me of the first case of Danganronpa 2, where you had to, like, incriminate Teru. Hey, spoilers, by the way. And you had to do the fucking last segment thing of, like, the bone and the meat, and just getting the right combination of words. That's what this reminds me of. This is all just bullshit, and I'm sure I have the answer. And it's just like, the game just doesn't want to give it to me, because I'm not doing the exact right thing, despite there being many contradictions within their fucking testimony already. It is frustrating.
Objection!
Cool, it's not the stereoscope. Hey, in case you didn't know. And it's only made worse because these games have, like, so many dialogue options, and then you gotta present evidence on every single one. So yeah, this final dialogue option, apparently it's not it, because I'm trying everything on it. Trying everything I can. So I tried the photograph, tried the floor plan, tried the autopsy report, tried the guns, tried this photograph, tried the stereoscope. I'm pretty sure I tried both photographs. But hey, let's just try it again, because why not, right?
Objection!
Cool. So it's not the final statement. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. Alright, cool. So, gonna try this, because apparently it was the gun, and then it doesn't work. So, cool.
Objection!
Cool, it's not the autopsy report. Just brute forcing it. I'm gonna try every statement that I think is pertinent until we just move down the ranks. This is hell. I'm in hell right now. Yep, all the gun to the girl, whatever, I don't care.
Objection!
It was a crime scene photograph. I want to scream. I want to scream. I want to scream. I want to scream.
Objection!
I want to fucking scream. I've been saying it the entire time is that it was shot in the fucking back, and apparently I didn't do the one thing right there. I hate this game right now. Hey, we made progress. Just give me a fucking moment. Christ almighty. So you're saying... Now, on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. Was that what I had to do? Fuck off. Fuck off. It wasn't even the back thing. I was just cool. Fuck me. Oh, but the chronology, they could just taken the gun away from his hand, stupid. Fuck me. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. Or to remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mall tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of a thing. Stay exactly where you are. Right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Well, let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Is it the autopsy report?
Take that!
God, I hate this. According to the testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. God, fucking kill these two. Gregson, end them right now, please. But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which could only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, yeah. Gregson, just put a gun to their head right now, please. End my suffering. Order, order, order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, they weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Oh, ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. We blab now. You know what it'll do to us. He? What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Ugh, come on, the game's up. But he'll have our guts for Gardas. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, so he just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun at him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. We never had it. Nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Oh, well, yeah. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. God, I hope it's easy, because I don't get it right now, because I'm... God, I probably wasted, what, 30 minutes, unironically, on that previous part? I'm saving right now, instead of loading, to be known. Alright, so we just got inside the gap here, silently. I think he just showed his mug. Give me that gunny Bella, and then flew at us like he was possessed. Thought we had it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windenbank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Windenbank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blammy lummy. Great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece? So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windenbank with the gun at that time. Is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. We were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean... For an old geezer, the bloke was stronger than his ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, of course we did. We knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got tangled in some area. Yeah. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Brother here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. And then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable in the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windenbank, he did everything he could to protect his shop. Pulled me gun on him, then he legged it through that door into the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windenbank? No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bro, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windenbank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him, with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windenbank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windiban's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me bruv here. That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and me bruv here. If it had to do with killing him, that's all. That's what all happened. He legged through the door into the back room. Ah, boy. So the question is it the floor plan or is it the picture?
Objection!
It's not the floor plan. Okay, because like we just said, Gina was back there. So the question is, how do I prove that Gina was there with what piece of evidence? And he legged it through the door of the back room. Was it the gun?
Objection!
Okay, not the gun. I'm brute forcing this. I don't give a shit. I just want to be done. Gun on him. If I had to do with a kill, that's what happened, I swear. You say he had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was, from the inside. We know it was, because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? Well, yeah, them. Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What? What's that look for? For the moment you admitted that you had encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial changed completely. Did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? It is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. Yeah, I also have my attention that it's fucking waning immensely. Also, I'm just gonna do this so I get my 4 marks back, whatever.
Hold it!
So we'll go through this. So we can get the inconsistency, get the next pressing statement, and then continue from there. Is the point. Then we press here, and then we're gonna get to that same option. So sorry to do it so abruptly, I guess, right? Could have been. Alright. So now we're back to here. You have my attention. Alright, we're back. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what are the possible answers to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Rudo? No. This has been going on for way too long, and I still have many more hours to go. I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Let's save again. I mean, I guess like here, right?
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the state of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah. It was precisely at that moment, when the victim was fleeing for his life, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the finding of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have to been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim that the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Well, it has to be Gina.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree. I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one. That, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Yeah, she'll protect herself. What do you mean? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in the direction, hadn't they? Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winterbank must have heard the intruders breaking into a shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't good, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Please just kill them already. I don't want to be in this case anymore. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever. Probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll give a verdict of not. Of course not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find this situation amusing, Lord Van Zykes. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. You gonna throw it in the thing? I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than excusable pedophagy here. What? The hypothesis you put forward is so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zykes. Might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick, or whatever it is, to the troops on the ground. Is it because they shot him and then she locked herself, it's not possible to shoot Herlock Sholmes? Because they wouldn't have access to the gun, in theory? The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Yep. By George, count bullets. Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Mr. Windibank not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, This Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Ugh. Order! 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 Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollow nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zykes! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. Where it got life from. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilden's down to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilden has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc. Mr. McGilden's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. With none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add. But by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. Excuse me.
Hold it!
Oh. Lord Van Zykes, Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that that disc would be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zykes at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions, right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff. Prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog up to now, if truth be told. All of a sudden, the answer's badly obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Another summation examination I gotta do. Great. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Isn't that from, like... Didn't Mia say that? Oh my god, that was in the original trilogy. I just forget who said it. I know it was Phoenix who said it at one point, but did he get it from Mia? That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garrett Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Oh, God. Jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. There's only 2 bullets were found at the scene. I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage, while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Shut up, I'm just pressing. I don't care. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she's shown it she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. The Gilded Disc. Could be a clue somehow. Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Sure, because you said so, I will. Well, I already know about that. I guess we examine the blood. Oh, Runo, look. This is blood. Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Ah, it's my time to shine again. Thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Runo. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Watch, it's gonna be like fucking purple or some shit. Wait, what? Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Yeah, no, that in theory should have been Mr. Sholmes' blood. What? Wait, what? Yeah, because in theory that should have been Sholmes. But Sholmes was there with us talking to that guy. What? Anyways.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? For the time being, it's impossible. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. Sounds like a crime scene to me. A 3rd bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? I think so. I think the next thing is we're gonna press the doctor and he's gonna be like, oh yeah, the bullet's still in Herlock Sholmes. So that 3rd bullet there is just, you know, fucking there. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that picture.
Hold it!
Also, from the cutscene and everything else, we never saw any blood from Herlock being shot, you know? So, who knows? So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures. A left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this. So, if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Excuse me. Simple Archer, ancient causing such grief. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No. Herlock? No. Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It's a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. The funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-toothed comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. He was never shot. I thought it was weird that we never saw blood. I hate to state the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Ha! Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly what I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery how this jury was put together. The mystery of why the bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert where you need one?
Objection!
Oh, was it not them two? Oh. Oops. Sorry, old bean, can't accept that as squadron leader. Yep, I fucked up apparently. I guess we haven't, in theory, properly proved that there was an extra bullet. Well, regardless, we're going in order.
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say stop. Do excuse me. Stop. I'm a communications officer. Stop. Communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news at the Capitol. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of globe. Stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I am ballistics expert, see many shootings and nothing I do not know about guns. I thought you were just a tourist. Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. So wait, he's just visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how you say, extreme, violet bath of, blood of, extreme violet bloodbaths, perhaps. Ah, those. Extreme violet bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No. Still, we should bear it in mind. Is there man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets? Which there is. Van Sykes has managed to convince everyone. Well, you've eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back, we have to turn this trial around again. Also, I'm down to 3 now, so I'm gonna save. Okay.
Hold it!
So we're gonna press on you again. Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidence recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. But there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, Doctor? He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too. Because his skin was badly burned around the point of entry. Yeah. burnt. As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there's no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the lung and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there was some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. Okay, I didn't know if he would, like, pipe up or not. So I'll just have to, I guess, technically pit these two?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Ooh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. The night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Violin. Pleased to meet you. There's apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along Mountain Road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Runo, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears his little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. Oh yeah, that's right. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Van Sykes. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the vials is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the vial exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. and it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but it was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Duh. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion, Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow. I'm sure of it. Realistic expert, yeah. Okay, well, let me check the court record now. Aha! This vial has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that vial, there would have been a really big explosion. Big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle. Safely, at least. They're very dangerous. Oh. I'm sure that when this vial broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Sholmes in the future. The left is the danger zone. We're not gonna point out the bullet. Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? I don't know if this is considered a separate thing here. Okay, no. Oh, do I have to, like, observe it like this? It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken. Look. This must be where the bullet hit, then. Let me see. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was. Do you see it? Ah, that's Skolkin Brothers' bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. Yeah, pretty sure it's you. Just in case, I'm gonna save.
Hold it!
It's a number of bullets, as you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired. You'll probably be asking me, yeah. Logical, I suppose. Although, yes. After dining, goes missing. Those. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene, could that be possible? Prove it now. Allow me to show you, then, the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skolkin brothers that night Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Ah. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ugh. Order, order, order! While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. That's a first. Suspending the thing. Witnesses. Governor, were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing. Is it one of yours? Gord blimey, Gov, Gord blimey. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets were from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lovey, that's an ass scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these news developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. Well, they had a secret accomplice. But I'm going to save just to make sure. Because, God, this has been going on for long enough as is. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up for the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has not been a murmur of a 3rd man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of the spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But, how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... Pretty sure I'm ready to present answers, however... I'm Well, no, this fucking game's gonna fuck me out of it. Ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. The night in question, and the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Well, I had the blood samples.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
That's that one right there. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. Blood stain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on this calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shot. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Well, this guy.
Take that!
The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Egbert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed the article from me, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gummanses. Yes, that's him, talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Never seen the geezer before in me life. On me life, Gov, on me life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my Learninipides friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in this photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answers to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. Now I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier that in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Boy, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Ah, well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? No, I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice do I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there has said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, The examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Schultz's partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd presses of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Oh,
Guilty.
interesting.
Not guilty.
It's the first time they didn't agree. Alright. 2 call guilty, and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes. The outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there at that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Right, yes. This one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5. You don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious! Order! 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 Juror number 5. How on earth? I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be at the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. Can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zykes, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Holy shit. We are not done yet. Christ. However, as unfortunate as it is, I will have to end this part here, because it's already been long enough, and I already know it's going to keep going. And I know once I back out, it's going to put me back into the gameplay, so for now, this is where I'm going to have to cut it. Almost 8 hours in, also me fumbling, but hope you enjoyed, and as you can tell, we still got much more story, so it's not too much of a cliffhanger. But don't worry, next part we'll catch back up there, and hopefully finish it by the next time, in the next recording. But until then, hope you enjoyed, and until next time, have a good night, or a good day. Goodbye.